Righteous is not innocent of the deeds of the wicked, and the white-handed is not clean in the doings of the felon. Yea, the guilty is oftentimes the victim of the injured, and still more often the condemned is the bearer of the guiltless and unblamed. You cannot separate the just from the unjust, and the good from the wicked, for they stand together before the face of the sun, as the black thread of the white are woven together. And when the black threads break, the weaver shall look into the whole cloth, and he shall examine the loom also. If any of you would bring judgment the unfaithful wife, let him also weigh the heart of her husband. Welcome, this is Tools of Fortune, and that is page 45 of the Prophet. I gained that number from my roll of the tops and my roll of the day of the week. We are doing free readings tonight if you are interested. If not, then we will just be a short video tonight. So this is a oracle deck I haven't yet worked with, but you know what? This oracle deck is all about today, all about tomorrow. It's not necessarily one for applying to you and your individual life. So let's just do a drawing from it. It's an upright deck only. It's an upright deck. And so it's like it's a current events deck. Current events. I hope that everybody is all right. I am your reader. My name is Bill. And let's just see what kind of a story pops out of this. If you have a question, put it in all caps in the chat, and I'll see if I can get to you. Right now, we're wide open. The field is wide open. Can you hear me? I should have probably tested first. Well, hello. Hello, Leanne. Did you have a question? Did you have a question? If you have a question, welcome. Can you hear me? I see you. Can you hear me? Well, let's just see what we got here. What's going on today? I am doing good. I'm doing good. So we got these cards. These are just some current events cards. Homestead, leaving home, spiritual warfare. And this is where we're at today. We're at home. We're leaving in favor of a war between the soul and the body. Leaving home, looking at a new adventure, and in the end here, a new home, a new way of being. Welcome, welcome JC, welcome Theo, welcome Leanne. Do you have a question? Maybe we have an answer, but these are interesting cards. I have another deck of interesting cards too. Let's just go look at that. I have several different oracles. Now you guys haven't seen me on at this time before. You haven't seen me on at this time, but I have been on at this time, like a year ago in the summer. Now this here is kind of a joke tarot. What is LEV? Levitate? Graduate? This tarot you might like, but maybe nobody has a question. Maybe nobody wants to know about your TV dinner. It is still frozen. This is a secret. Ayushi, welcome. Welcome, you Ayushi. Oh, another card just popped up. We're being gaslit here. Gaslit about the day. How do I see Ayushi as a person? All right. Okay. All right, Ayushi. How do we see Ayushi as a person? What is L3? I'm going to put this over here. Gaslit and a cyber attack. I should put that card back. Alright, we'll put that card back. I want to work with this card. I haven't really worked with this deck at all much. It really is more of a current events thing. It's not really about... But, so, Ayushi... pick a number between 0 and 38. Pick a number between 0 and 38, please. So we are, this is still the 17th, right? We are May 17th, 2026. We are a 5 energy for the day. We have Ayushi. A-Y-U-S-H-I. And the question is, how do Mayank see Ayushi as a person? So how or who is A-A-Y-U-S-H-I as a person? Okay, that's the first question. Short. Okay. Ayushi, pick a number between 0 and 38. Pick a number between 0 and 38. Can anybody... Am I being heard at all? I don't know. I need to test this. I need to test to see if the sound is even working. I don't know if the sound is even working. Is the sound working? The sound is working. Okay, good. The sound is working. But then everybody's gone. All right. I was asking Ayushi to see if you could find a number between 0 and 38, but I'm going to just... I didn't hear anything, so we will select a number randomly. Mr. Brooks. Mickey C? Mean like Mel Brooks? Do I look like Mel Brooks? I mean, that's a hell of a compliment if you think that I look like Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks is, man, I liked Mel Brooks films. Young Frankenstein was a hell of a, that was an excellent movie. I love that movie. That was such a funny film. Mel Brooks was an excellent grade A comedian, and yeah, his movies were great. Especially that one that I mentioned, young. Oh, 38. You want 38 then? Okay. All right, Ayushi. We're gonna see what 38 gives you. So you picked the number 38. So off the bat, we're looking at with 3 and 8. We're looking at creativity and manifestation. So, in this sense of you wishing to manifest creativity in the world, and that's kind of what basically you are looking as a person, Aushi, that you need to express yourself, creative expression, express yourself, be a leader, and express yourself in the world and manifest your creativity into the present tense moment. And so, if you are, that is what your best bet as a person would be in that sense. But let's just go take a look. We'll go find number 38. We might look, while we're here, we might look at 3 and we might look at 8. And we'll look at 38. See what words there are. And here's 8. So we're going to just bind these two things together between 3 and 8, between 38. But let's go look at 38 itself and see what kind of word in there. Here we go. There's 38. So 38, and there is a sense of a masculine energy, a masculinity, of being a strong person. 3 plus 8 is 11. And so we're looking at 11 and 2. Looking at this numbers, 11 and 2. And so we're looking at, with 11, we're looking at justice. 2, we're looking at intuition. We're looking at and so if we're going to just go off 11 and 2, in a tarot sense, Aushi, this is what we are looking at. I think those are both they're non-nudie cards, and so 11, a sense of justice, and 2, intuition, and bringing that intuitive spirit. 11 and 2. This is you. 11 and 2. A feminine spirit, being able to access things of mystery, intuitiveness of the Torah, the law, being just in the world, balanced, well balanced, the scales of justice, the scales balanced, intelligent, using your intelligence to balance the equation. 11, 2. And so we look at 38. The words in 38, what do they say here? Opera. The first word that pops out at me is opera. And maybe we have this one over here as art. Are you artistic? Are you artistic, Aushi? Are you an artistic person? Do you like music? Do you like to sing? Are you artistic? So I'm going to say here, what do we have for 3-8? We're looking at artistic, musical, and so we're looking at musical, singing, dancing, musical, opera. And in an opera, opera is about being able to sing and dance at the same time. Doing different things, multiple things, singing and dancing, and being and bringing beauty into the world. Beautiful. So, opera, art, bringing beauty into the world. manifesting your creative spirit, expressing yourself. What are you about? How do I read you? How do we read you today? And you're like a lantern, lighting the way with your talent. You're a talented person, Aushi. You're an artist. You like singing. You like music. You like beauty. You like formality. You like the formalness. You have this here of this justice by the books, by the law, a formality. And so where opera is a very formal form of music and dance and theater, it's whereas like Broadway is looser. They're equally just as creative, but one is more formal than the other. So we're looking at a sense of being a light for people to see. So your destiny here of you as a person, Aushi, is to be a light for other people, to express yourself, to be creative, to express yourself and express beauty into the world. That's what I get from this. Now, I'll hold this up here. There might be some other words that pop out, but these were the words that popped out to me. Opera, art, talent, lantern. Lantern, okay? Now, we also have over here the 3 and the 8. The 3 user, the 3 and the 8. And so what do we have over here? In a sense, you are loud, but yet you are shy at the same time. You roar like a lion, but you're afraid. You're afraid to express yourself in this world. Inside you roar. Inside you are a lion. You are strong. Inside you are strong. But on the outside you are shy. And so there's a sense of shyness. 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 Okay? Does that make any sense? That you are shy? Of course, lots of people are shy. But what do we have over here? The curtain. So when we think of like theater, the curtain goes up and the curtain goes down. And so in this sense, we have curtain. And you need to open up your curtain so everybody can see. They can see who you are, Aushi. They can see that you are a strong feminine person. That you are a strong person. You have strength. But you have pulled the curtain down so that nobody can see the fact that you are a strong person. You need to bring into this world your inner self. Bring into this world your inner self. Who you are on the inside. Manifest that. Oh, we have 11 people watching and only 5 likes. Can those who haven't pushed the like button, can you please push the like button? Does that help at all? Does that help at all, Aushi? Is that something that Does that help? User, I don't know if I can. That's a really specific piece of information there. That's a real specific piece of information, and uh, we are dealing with more psychological things here. More psychological things, and but so you have a psychology, and I'm not that kind of a psychic who can find out that information. Because if I were to give you user to give you an idea of the kind of psychic that I am is, and you don't have to apologize, but uh, this is the type of psychic I am, and and how I understand it at this present time. A long time ago, when I was in college and I was studying religion and Bible and theology, my biblical studies professor told me in the class that what prophets did is that they helped the kings understand the present tense, the here and now, and put it into a context, to understand the present tense. And that's the type of psychic I am, is we are dealing with present tense things. And some people are really good at looking into tomorrow, but I tend to not look into tomorrow. And this is the biggest reason why I don't look into tomorrow, is that it's my own way, it's my own self-limiting thing. So that's how I've limited myself. Largely it's due to, thank you, Raul. So a lot of my self-limiting is because of my Christianity. My religious background. Everything about this has limited me to really only looking at today and not looking at tomorrow. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but I try sometimes to look at tomorrow, and I feel like this gift is better served in trying to understand the here and now, because this is the only time that we have. We exist only right here, and we exist right now. Now, there is a tomorrow and there is a yesterday, and it is hard enough to understand right now, and it's hard enough to even understand yesterday. I there's so many things about my life that I plain just don't understand. And myself personally, I don't really want to know anything about tomorrow. But that's just my own self limitations. I know that, but does anybody else have a question? But we can, but the thing is, but when we look at tomorrow, the energy of today shapes the reality of tomorrow. That's something that I do understand. Pearl James, welcome. I know it's been a while. Do you have a question? Great, and I want to help you with that. I want to help you with that. I got actually, I have my note cards, and I got new ones. I have new note cards. I got these so I won't be running out. And I have I'm on a power supply, so we can go for a while. Well, I can go for a couple hours. It's almost midnight, and I can go for a couple hours. It depends on. I do need to go to bed early. Okay, your love energy for the next 2 months. Okay, well we'll just see what we can come up with. And so a love life reading in general. Okay, how about we go with a general love life reading. A general love life reading. And this is 5/17/2026. And we're looking at Pearl. Pearl. Okay. All right, Pearl. I want to know if you would you like to know, would you like to see what this book has to say as far as your love and life is concerned? Do you want it to be this one or this one? This one or this one? This one is The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. I find that it's a spiritually hot book. And with that, because we do bibliomancy. You've seen me here before, and you know that I do bibliomancy. All right, I want you to give me you're going to select the page number. So Pearl, this is the end of the book is page 105. And the book begins on page 3. And so you search your heart. You search your heart for a page number between 3 and 105. Just what's the first number that comes into your mind? What is the first number between 3 and 105? And you select that number. 96. Okay, that's what you see in your heart, 96. And so we're going to start here with the word number 9 and 6. And if we look at the number 9, the 9 is about completion. It's about the end of a journey. And 6 is about love. Love and harmony. So that's the number. This is number 9, and this is number 6. So we're looking at completion, and becoming complete with your love, or complete with your peace, complete with your harmony. Harmonizing yourself. And now if we're looking at 9 plus 6 together is 15, and we're going to look at and so what you're looking at with 15 is we're looking at, there's 2 different cards here in major arcana. One card is the devil card. 15 is that, but it's 15-6. So I'm gonna cover up the nudie bits, and we're gonna look at it because we're not running a peep show here. Unfortunately, YouTube is not all that keen on having nudie cards, and so I just need to get the right slip of paper to cover up the uh, the bits and pieces here, covering up the bits and pieces. So and so this card here, like and subscribe. Oh, whoops, we gotta cover up that over here like that. I'm gonna pull this over here aside, and then we have the other one with the other bits, nudie bits and pieces, and I am, because there might be some words on here. Okay, all right. Your cards are. I know that nudie cards are part of the deck, but unfortunately, with YouTube, we can't really have nudie cards. But we have some dates of April 11th and April 15th. But look, look here. This is the 15 card. Look at this, number 15. How ironic is that? I just grabbed some pieces of paper. We're going to put this over here. So we're having a sense of the devil within, your shadow self, balanced with these lovers here. And so we're looking at, these are the energies that we have around this number 96. Around 96, because 96 is 9 plus 6 together adds up to 15. And 15, 1 plus 5 is 6. And so you have the two sides of the coin, two different coins. On one side, you have the lover's card. And on the other side, you have the devil card. And so we're looking at here of being free of your inhibitions. And so one of the ways that we can look at this pearl is that, because everybody has a devil inside of them. And so in this sense, you are in Eden. You are being watched over by your angels. There is love here, the love between different partners. But also on this other side, there's freedom in your shadow self. That freedom of loosening your inhibitions and feeling free to be who you are. And who you are is a lover. Coming in between love and harmony and this. So you start with your message between the two poles, between the devil and the lover. So let's go to page 96. Page 96 and see what 96 has to say. And we're looking at becoming complete in yourself in love. And here we go. The Prophet, page 96 is right here. And you shall see yourself and your children dancing hand in hand. Verily, you often make merry without knowing. Others have come to you, to whom for golden promises made unto your faith, and you have given but riches and power and glory. Less than a promise have I given, and yet more generous have you been to me. You have given me my deeper thirsting after life. Surely there is no greater gift to a man than that which turns all his aims into parching lips and all life into a fountain. And in this lies my honor and my reward, that whenever I come to the fountain to drink, I find the living water itself thirsty, and it drinks me, and I drink it. Some of you have deemed me proud and over shy to receive these gifts. And so what I'm seeing here is that you have a bit of a magnetic personality, and you are wishing to attract this kind of love into your life. Family. Attracting family into your life. But this is a curious thing. The water itself is thirsty, and so you see this sense of completion and love in needing to be complete. Drink the water and be satiated. But you're not. You're not satiated. Because the water is thirsty. You come to the fountain to drink, and the water still leaves you thirsty because you are needing something more. You are seeking something more, Pearl. You have given me my deeper thirsting after life. You're thirsting after this love. You're thirsting after a love that can complete you. A love that will leave you satisfied and not seeking more. And you shall see yourself and your children dancing hand in hand. I think of like when I think of that, I think of this card here. I knew it was on the top because it was there, but this card here is kind of what I'm seeing for you in this other sense of this energy of the Four of Wands, and being in a place of stability, in a place of that you can celebrate your love for another, and you in this castle, and see you got the children, they're hand in hand, the children hand in hand. Now I do have that new deck that it has the bigger cards. And yeah, let's go pull that out, and then you can take a look at that much easier. These are giant tarot cards. And oh, the nudie bits got exposed. And if we're looking at the Four of Wands, we're going to pull that out, that Four of Wands, because that's kind of the energy that we're getting here. Four of Swords, being blessed spiritually. But I kind of saw Four of Wands in that page. 3 and 4. Okay, there we go. Four of Wands. Yeah, they are big. I sold some art, and I was able to buy. I bought a couple decks, and another one's coming soon. I always got like small decks, but this is here. I probably will. So this one here, this is your message, your essential message that we have here, Cora, is that of this. You have your completion, your love, your harmony, being inspired, being, sleeping dangerously. But here you are. in a relationship where you feel in this celebratory sort of way, you feel stable for the first time in your life. So maybe what we're saying here, what's coming, Pearl, is that you have life, and love that is coming towards you. Now, whether this is romantic love or not, none of these cards say that it's romantic love. But being that we have that devil there, the devil card meaning that it might be body love. But you're seeking something deeper. You're seeking that deeper love connection where you feel complete within yourself, where you will no longer thirst for love again. But then that is sort of a momentary thing. It's a momentary thing while we exhibit these bodies. And that kind of love is one that requires discipline. Disciplining yourself to maintain those connections, maintaining those commitments. I don't know if that helps at all. You have your relationships, and so you're in a sense that love is on its, you have love. It's just a matter as you accessing that love, but you being aware that there's this spirit that is there, and this spirit which is also one of dissatisfaction. It's one that binds you to the body, and it binds you to a place of incompletion. So you're coming between these poles, between completion and incompletion, and so forth. All right. Well, that's that book. That's this. Hello, Trisha. So this is my. I think this is my favorite oracle. I really do like. I liked it, and see, this book also, it belonged to my grandmother, and that looks like my dad's. Oh, that's my mom's handwriting, but December 3rd, 1996. I guess my mother gave me this book, but this book was of my grandmother Elsie, and this was my grandmother Elsie's book. Her mother was a fortune teller. So I read your current energy. Okay. And so I get these gifts from this woman here she was very spiritual in a very non-Christian way. Her mother was a fortune teller from Sweden. And so this book came to me from my grandmother. I've had this book, Pearl. Well, I don't know when. I don't know. Now, when they lived at this address, it was before I was born. So she lived at this address probably in the 1950s, in the 60s. And so when did they not live there anymore? I'm guessing that this book has been around because it was published in 1960. So she probably has had it since around 1960 or a little bit shade afterwards. And yeah, that's this book. So what we'll do is 15. Okay, let's go look at card number 15. 15 is so we're going to look at this. This is another oracle, and we're just going to leave you with this other oracle and see what it says. We're looking at card. Well, here's card 6, Teth, and we'll look at Teth, and we'll look at 15. And there's 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. I wasn't really quite sure if I was going to be able to do this at all. And yeah, it's a Hebrew. It's for the Zohar. It's the Zohar. It's a Zohar. It actually came from Israel too. Here we go. Here's the number, the 15 one. Samek. Teth and Samek. And let's go take a look at the guidebook and see what it says. Oh, this is 9. This isn't 6. That's 9. We were just thinking about 15 anyway, but Vav. Vav and Samek. Vav and Samek. And we'll look at 50. Well, it doesn't go up to 96. Actually, the 96 reduces to 6. But it goes via 15 and then 6. And so if we look at 6, the letter Vav will help you emphasize the masculine aspects of your personality, develop adaptability, achieve perfection and self-containment. It will strengthen your skill to bridge between adversaries, to make peace. We got the Lovers, make peace. The number 6, love, harmony, peace. To bring together and consolidate between opposites, to find the middle ground, mainly in the physical material plane. Vav encourage you to establish good links with yourself and others, teach you how to tell the truth, even if it's unpleasant, develop good judgment, become a stable and responsible element for supporting others without grabbing the center of attention. Vav is good for attaining material stability. That number 4. Stability. That's about stability. We're looking about stability here. And then let's take a look at number 15. Samek. Samek provides support, stability. Again, we're looking at stability, personal security. It will enhance your ability to trust yourself and others and give you a sense of wholeness. A sense of wholeness. It will help to close loose ends and complete processes. Completion, 9 for completion. and raise your curiosity, inquisitiveness about sublime and hidden manners. Now you have to think of that, the devil inside, these things that are hidden. Samekh helps you to establish relationships of unconditional mutual support. So we're looking at, Pearl, is you're really kind of looking at love as not necessarily a romantic love, but love as that deeper love, the love that comes after. All right, I'll give you be. So you're looking at the love that comes after romantic love, that deep familial, family love, that love of spirit, that love of God, self, and neighbor. It's that the love that is encapsulated in the law and the prophets. It's, you're looking at, and so that's in a sense that was what I had gotten, was that this love that you are seeking is not necessarily romantic love, though maybe you want romantic love because we have this of the devil, the body. But this here suggests more that it is a deeper love. All right, let's go move on. We'll move on to RMVCLE. All right. I hope that helped you. I don't know if that did or not. I don't know that. We'll just move the nudie cards out of the way. Yeah, I wish that I had a deck that was big like this, that didn't have nudie cards in it. I like, I mean, I've known too many readers that have gotten in trouble for displaying nudie cards. And so what did we see? Okay, we know what we got here. See, what was the number that I drew today? 805. 4. That's right. It all boiled down to the number 4 today. 8 and 5 is 13. 1 plus 3 is 4. My energy, or for this week, of how, of what we got. You're welcome. You're very welcome. And this week's energy is a 4 energy about stability. Okay. Let us take a look at the next person here. I'm still going to call this, even though the day has flipped, 5/17/2026. I started this on that date. RMV. All right, RMV. What kind of question do you have? What do you have here, RMV? We'll start by clearing the air. Number 5. Mother Mary, RMV, has a question. It looks as though RMV is looking for a general reading. A general reading. So RMV, are you there? Are you there enough that you can help me through the process? Help you to select the cards you're seeking? So you're looking at a career choice. You're looking at a career reading. Okay. We have this deck here. We'll go off this one. All right. So Mother Mary, RMV, is looking for a career. He has a career. He just got laid off his job, and so career. Career and life reading. All right. Upright cards only. Let's just shuffle these decks then. Let's shuffle the deck good. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay, RMV, I want you to tell me when I need to stop shuffling. When do I need to stop shuffling? And I will shuffle until you tell me to stop. So I will shuffle until you tell me to stop shuffling. That is what we're doing right now. For entertainment purposes only. Okay. So we're going to do 4 cards. And then we have the card on the bottom. The very card on the bottom. And we're going to look at the card on the bottom after we get done looking at these cards. Okay? RMV. So we started with cutting ties. So you mentioned you were laid off, and so you had this sense that with your job you have cut ties with it. And then we have the sense of you're needing to be flexible to see what is going to happen. Now, of course, you are going into a period of ups and downs, but needing wisdom. So what this is suggesting to me is you had this point where, yes, you got laid off. You've cut ties with your job. And you're going to be going through some ups and downs. And life is going to ask you to be flexible. Because these changes are the changes that are coming will be difficult to navigate. And so you're going to need to be kind of like this bat. And you're flying around blind. You're using other senses in order to navigate. So in this sense, you have unemployment. You have that sense that, there's 26 weeks of unemployment. Maybe you have a severance package. And you're feeling as though you don't know where you're going. You're just stumbling around in the dark. But yet, you can be like this bat. You can use other senses, your voice, using your voice to find your way. The echolocation, you use your voice and you listen. So you have to be very good at this sense of putting your voice out into the world. Flying around. And through your voice and your ears, you are catching your next meal. Like this bat. In the dark. And so you're getting tidbits here and there, stuff that is sustaining you. You have to look for a job if you're on unemployment, and I've never been in a situation where I was on unemployment that I didn't get audited, So you keep your record of all the, even though you call in every week, and or you report in online, but okay, have some insight. So in this sense, being flexible, being able to maneuver through these next ups and downs, what you're in this period of ups and downs, to maneuver through this time period. Pick a number between 0 and 38, please. For these ups and downs, so you are, you're having, so financially, you're going to have to be really, really flexible, and you know that, and then you're going to need to apply wisdom, your own wisdom, but you may need help. Like this one says, a mentor, somebody who can show you the way. 29, okay? I'm going to put that over here, 29. And somebody who can help you. So do you have like like your dad? Is your dad still alive? Or do you have like a grandfather? Do you have somebody that you trust their word that can help you in this situation? Guide you through, who've been through these types of situations? Because I don't know how many economic downturns have you gone through? And so this is going to require listening. So when I said be like a bat and you're listening, you have to do a lot of listening here. But now the bottom card was this. The bottom card here was about wishes coming true. And so this sense is that this is a wish coming true, but it may not come true in the way you are expecting. So it's a sense of you have a certain expectations, but you need to be open to listen for those opportunities that are coming your way that are not what you expect. So be open for for unexpected opportunities. you have your career that you need. You know, you need money. Everybody needs money to live in this world. But you need to be open for this. This is the thing that is that it's the crux of this thing is being open to unexpected opportunities. But you also need to have the wisdom to know that that is what it is. All right? So that's that. Now let's go take a look at that number 29. We're going to look at number 29 just to see if there is any other insight that we can gain from number 29. So 2 as in duality, yin and yang, light and dark, and 9 as in a completing of the journey, completion. 29. Okay? What makes up the word number 29? And we'll just write down those things of the 2. And my first thing I said was what, light and darkness? Light and dark, yin and yang, and duality. So 2 and 9, we're looking at the end of a journey, the end, or a completion, complete. And together you're looking at the end, and then you're also looking at your numbers of 11 and 2. And so like with the other person that we had with 11 and 2, your tarot energies we got here is that of justice and that of the High Priestess. Eleven two. And then there's also that sense of the hermit, the introspection of 9. And so if we're looking at these cards here, 11, the balancing of the scales. You're using your wit, you're using your intelligence, that sense of wisdom, of justice, of doing what is right and wrong, and knowing the clear distinction between right and wrong. Then we have this sense of wisdom right over here, wisdom, of needing wisdom in this situation, of needing to trust your inner self, trusting of that self, and trusting your intuition as you fly around like a bat, blind to the world, but yet you still can see. Flying by blind, but seeing the world through other senses, other ways. We have the B and the J, the light and the darkness. And between these different pillars here that you are sitting between, the duality here, the moon, the stars, these being open to opportunities that may be different than what you expect. Because if you are expecting the expected, and that expected opportunity never comes, because you are expecting the expected. So you need to expect the unexpected. In order to know that, you're going to need to know things in your environment and to be able to judge them. Judge what comes along. But sometimes in your judging of what comes along, you may judge it and in that judgment you say no to it, and you miss the whole thing, and you miss the boat. Okay, so that's that part. But let's just go take a look at what kind of words we're looking at here that may pop up here. So the first word that popped out at me was Pluto, and Pluto being that of the underworld. And thinking of the planet Pluto, and what does Pluto mean? And Pluto being that of the world that exists under this world. A world of, that's hidden in darkness. And so you think of the bat flying around, but that's in that sense of the bat in that context of being in the dark, or that this planet that is so far away from the sun that it is in the dark all the time. The other word that popped up is that of liquid, being fluid. Being fluid in this situation. And that this is something that's important. I don't know if these words and anything are helping, but then being able to make an impact on the world. And all throughout this whole thing, Mr. RMV, you're going to need to keep a good humor. You need to make sure that you find time to laugh. You don't get too serious. It is easy in these troubling times to lose sight of your sense of humor and the sense of humor of this situation, because having humor can help to break it can be very healing to seek after humor. Seek after humor, RMV, because as our money supplies and everything become restricted, and it's so hard just to get by. then you watch the news and you do all that, and then it's like it you get to be so dark, and it's easy to fall into darkness when you don't have a job, and and there's no income other than what you have of unemployment or your savings. You can It's so easy to be dark, or to spend too much time in bed sleeping. And you must not do that. You have to have a spirit of like conquest, like you are a warrior, like this person with a sword. You are carving your new destiny. You are in a spirit of being a warrior spirit, and carving your destiny, being in a very active role. But through that all, you have to be brave, yes, with valor, but at the same time, you mustn't forget to have fun. Okay? So I'm going to write down these words here that I think is that are important for you. It is humor, valor, VALOR, conquest, liquid, and Pluto. But then there was also another, what, in a sense of valor, loyalty, Pluto, and so what we got here is you must maintain your good humor at all times. You must attack this situation with valor, with loyalty, with love, and you must access your warrior spirit, because what we are going through very trying times. You must be flexible and fluid in this situation, and beware of your own depression. Beware of Pluto. Beware of depression. Beware of wanting to spend all day long sleeping. Because this can stand in your way of seeing that opportunity that will come your way. Maybe you have to take less money. Well, Pearl, I probably do, but well, I probably do, Pearl. I do because I have before. When I had done, before I started doing readings on a regular basis, it would be, I do pull some cards for my sister. Very, like, I think that was like 3 years ago when I first started. Almost like 3 years ago this month. And then then I pulled cards from it. I didn't really know what I was doing, but a few months later, all the energies in those cards had manifested. So yes, there is that sense of the futureness here. I, I think it can. I like to think that it does, but I know that other readers have a better sense of that. Maybe Pearl. I'm just really yes. I'll do your reading next. I think that I think that because I mentioned that there's my own self limitations of this whole sense of what only the only the Father knows when the end will come. In the sense that tomorrow is, um, we're not supposed to know tomorrow. But we try to know. There are things that we do, and the thing is that yeah, only God knows. But it seems to me, and I'm just going to be talking here for a second, then we'll get on to the next person's reading. That there are things that we, as a human species, can make fairly accurate predictions because you have to have the right kind of data. Um, they can look at the satellite data, they can look at the clouds, and they can get a pretty damn good idea of what the weather is going to be like 10 days out. So in a physical science sort of way, are we down here, RMV? I hope that this helps, RMV. Thank you, and I hope that this helps. You can come back later, and I'm going to try to do more nighttime readings here. And as we got nice weather and so forth. But so if I'm talking in generalities, there are a lot of things that human beings can do as far as predicting tomorrow, and our meteorological science is quite well advanced. Is quite advanced, and they take certain factors and they can get a sense of what the weather is going to be like for the next 10 days. It's not a 100% accuracy, but there's a lot of accuracy there. In Newtonian physics, I mean, they do amazing predictions by applying mathematics to certain situations, and so they can predict where objects will be based upon certain constants. And I think that's in our physical world where we can make predictions, and we're pretty damn accurate, right? I think with tarot and so forth, and for me, at where I'm at, my confidence in looking into tomorrow is I think it's a matter of confidence. I think that if I spin forward 10 years from now, I'm sure that I will be more confident in making future predictions. Does that make any sense at all? Does that make a lot of sense? Because I still am a new reader, and though it may seem to people that I'm a very experienced reader, but I don't feel very experienced as a reader. And so if I were to go give a an example in my last career working in the entertainment industry, working in casinos as wait staff and bartending, well, I would oftentimes, I would, was like a brand new server. I hadn't done the job less than a year. And then when I would be talking to my guests, a lot of times I would tell them, oh yeah, I just started doing this, and I started learning this stuff. In my I'm 50 years old, and I just started learning how to do wait staffing and all of that. And we did like bookkeeping and stuff like that in my 30s, accounting type work in my 30s, and in my late 40s and 50s doing wait staffing and bartending and things like that. And so when I told people that I hadn't been doing this all my life, they were absolutely amazed. And so it just might be my, so you're a girl. Okay. I didn't know that. So I do not do astrology at all. I don't do astrology. But I will, so April 18th, 1999. Okay, I'll write that down. I will give you, I can give you some other kinds of numbers there. Um, uh, so you want to do something else. Yeah. And so you're female, and we're looking at 5. Yeah. Yeah, my my great grandmother, who was born in 1890 in Sweden, came to America to get a divorce because she had been in an arranged marriage. They had 6 children together, and they never liked each other. Her husband was always cheating on her, and who knows how many other families he had in the world. So you want to know about that's that's as close as to caste that I understand, but America has something of a caste system. It's it's very loose. It's the economic policy of the United States is ever increasingly making it such that it is like a caste system. And in certain places in this country, if you are born rich, you're likely going to be rich. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't be dumb and you can end up spending everything and becoming poor, and that is absolutely possible in this country. If you're born poor, you're likely going to stay poor. But that's not true. That's not necessarily true because there's always that opportunity. I mean, people, depending on where your station is when you are born, oftentimes that's where you stay. Now, where a lot of things what happens a lot, and that I see a lot of the times in this country is, and it's probably not just this country, it's everywhere, is that we tend to stay in the religion that we're born into. Now I've jumped. I am not. I was born into Christianity, but I don't practice Christianity in any traditional sense of the word. The the symbols mean something different to me than what they may mean other people, and so if I was practicing Christianity in a traditional sense, I would not be doing this. I would not be a card reader at all. So, in some sense, there's that. Now, the other ways in which we have a caste like system is that we tend to maintain the politics of our parents. Now, sometimes the people will run away and they'll do something different, but by the time their parents pass away, oftentimes those people are following the politics that they were born into, and that's kind of like a social casting and so forth. And there is, in a sense, but it's not the same as what you got going on over there. So and so what your question is that um, your parents your parents do not agree to your okay. So your question is your BF is 1 year younger. And so you want information as how to convince parents that he is your Mr. Right. Okay? All right. All right. What did you say your DOB was? I want to see what those numbers are too. We're looking at okay. Let me get your number. I want to see what your life path is. The number 5. Okay. Do you know, for your boyfriend, do you know this information? I want to see here what your numerology shows as far as for him. What is his DOB? What is what what is this information on your boyfriend? Just put that in the chat. And then you don't have to keep it in there for very long. But I want to see that because you're... so in this sense, are you are seeking freedom. Well, number 5, change, challenge, freedom. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so he is... All right. Where did the calculator run off to? And so he is a 1. Okay, let's try another one. Life path. Okay, oh. It shows that there's numerologically, I don't need to know his name. In a numerology, you are compatible. It shows you are compatible. So he's an ambitious, independent person. You are also seeking freedom here. Just the numbers, what it shows is that you guys are compatible by the numbers. It shows that. So that's kind of interesting. And you are both seeking independence. You're seeking independence from your rules-based life. So you want to see how... I don't need... Why isn't this thing paused? Okay. Okay. So that makes sense because you're in this caste system and you want a different life than what your parents have for you. Okay. Okay, let's just take a look at something here. Let's see what page 51. Let's see what page 51 has to say. That's combining your life path with his. And see if there is some information here for you on page 51. And then we'll pull some cards. We'll see. And an orator said, "Speak to us of freedom. Speak to us of freedom." And he answered, "At the city gate and by your fireside, I have seen you prostrate yourself and worship your own freedom, even as slaves humble themselves before a tyrant and praise him though he slays them. I, in the grove of the temple and in the shadow of the citadel, I have seen the fiercest among you wear their freedom as a yoke and a handcuff. And my heart bled within me, for you can only be free when even the desire of seeking freedom becomes a harness to you, and when you cease to speak of freedom as a goal and a fulfillment, you shall indeed be free when your days are not without a care, nor your nights without a want and a grief. So this page talks about freedom, and you are wanting freedom. But then at the same time, you are handcuffed and cannot have your freedom. So you want freedom, but you have a sense that you can't. You have this strong desire to be free, to be independent. But at the same time, you are yoked down. You are experiencing the yoke of your social order. You are the yoke of tradition. Your religion. Everything is chaining you down to a particular way of life. But yet you want to be free. So how do you tell your parents? How do you tell your parents of this love? Let's cover up the nudie bits. And you are in this place in love from a past life that you've been with them. And your dad separated you both. And so here you are. You are together in this. You are together in this state of freedom, yet not freedom. So the other card that is opposite of this one, 51, but we can switch those numbers around. Like the last reading where the number, these sets of numbers came up. Yoked. The devil. You sit between these two poles. Between the poles of the devil. But see, the devil is also about freedom. It's one of the meanings of the devil, of the shadow self of the devil, is that of freedom. But it's a freedom where you are chained. And in this card, here in this one, in the Lover's card, you are free. You are free to be yourself without the clothes of tradition, without, being yourself of yourself. Without any coverings. You are together. You are in love, and you are in love in a sense of freedom in this space. But over here, this is, in a sense, your culture. You are chained to your culture, that yet you want freedom, because the devil does represent freedom. But it's freedom in that body sense. The body seeks its freedom. Chained to the passions of the body, yoked to the passions of the body. You love this man. At his ages and whatnot, it does not matter. How do you convince your parents that he is the right person for you? Because your parents probably just see him as you are with this man who you love with the passions of your body. With the passions of your body. This is what you experience here. This being in passion, your body thing. Then that's what your dad sees too. That is all about a body experience. And he has his own vision of what is supposed to go on. Let's see let's see if we get any ideas about what you could say to your parents. What Mother Mary, what tactic can she use in order to be free? What tactics can she use to demonstrate to her parents that she is meant to be with this guy? All right. I want you to tell me when to stop shuffling. Tell me, when do I need to stop shuffling? When do I need to stop shuffling? When do I need to stop shuffling? And that's... Welcome. So, Anushi, tell me, when do I need to stop shuffling? Wow. When do I need to stop shuffling, Anushi? Okay. I'm going to put these cards away. We know we've seen the Lover card. We've seen the Devil card. We have 2 other people, and then we'll have to... All right. So we have... I guess it's just one more. Let's go... Okay. And your question is? Will my career take off? All right. I am completing your reading. I was just writing it down before it disappeared. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That is very interesting. Okay. First off, numerically, I see what I'm seeing here is you are in a you are in an ending place, but you're stuck at an end, unable to move forward. You're stuck at an end, so you're stuck here. You're incomplete. You're incomplete. You're in a place of incompletion. You're at an ending point, but you're stuck there. You're stuck. That's one of the energies that you have here. The other one is of stability. So you're going to have to convince your dad that this situation is more stable than what they have for you. So this is a question of stability is what you have going on here, and you have this number 4 that is over here, but there's also these two numbers together add up to 4. These two numbers add up to 9. But there's also this sense of fourness, of stability, a lack of vision, in a sense that how do you convince there's a lack of vision here, a lack of foresight, a lack of a plan. So in the situation of your folks, if you are going to even try and convince them, you're going to have a clear plan. And you don't have a clear plan. You don't know how to convince them. Now, does this man, is your boyfriend want to be with? No, your folks broke you up. Okay, all right. Your folks broke the relationship up because they said you cannot be together. What the cards are showing me, Anushi, is that if you really, really want this, if you really, really want this, now there's a bunch of distractions here. Part of this is part of what's going on is you have a lot of wishful thinking. You don't have a plan. You're trapped in a place of delusion and wishful thinking. And much of this situation is rooted in impracticability. So, can this man support you? Does he have a job? Does he have a stable job? You're going to have to show stability. You're going to have to show a plan. You're going to have to show your dad that it isn't just some delusional fantasy that you have with this man. You're going to have to show that it is not all illusion, that it is not a delusion, that it is not wishful thinking. You're going to have to prove stability. You have a dream, yes. So you're going to have to show that the finances are going to work. Because your dad is convinced that the finances are not going to work. Your dad is convinced that you do not have a plan. Your dad is convinced that he does not have a plan. Your dad is convinced that this is all fantasy. It's all a frivolous idea. It's all passions of the body. It's all that devil card stuff. That you are chained to the passions of your body here, and you need to see beyond the passions of your body and see beyond romantic love and into a different kind of love, that more stable love where children can be cared for, where parents can be cared for, and looking down into the future where not just your boyfriend can take care of you and children, that they can also take care of your folks or his folks, that other people can be cared for. You have to be able to show and demonstrate that the future can be, that the providing for the future is possible. That this sense of the finances, that the finances can work out. So in the sense over here, there's this difficult choice. So what your dad has planned for you is a life of stability. But you will be chained to the yoke of tradition. Your dad has a clear plan for you. And your dad is not distracted by wishful thinking. Okay? That's what I see. And let me just see what the outcome card is here. And there's a bunch of, still, it comes down to emotional immaturity, and you've met them, but you have to show your father that he's mature. You have to show your father that he can take care of you, because those are the things that he is worried about. Okay? I know that this is not what you wanted to hear. This is not what you wanted to hear. Maybe this is what you wanted to hear. Freedom. You want freedom, but page 51 shows that you're not going to get freedom. What you're going to get is yoked to is yoked to tradition, being a slave to tradition. That's what page 51 said. That's what page 51 said. Your numbers show that you want freedom, you want independence. Your numbers show that you want to buck the tradition and be freed from that tradition. And so how do you achieve that? Well, you achieve that by showing that this path will work too. And that's all. That's I can't say anything. I said that multiple times already, that this path will work too, and you have to demonstrate to your father that it can work, that it will work. Okay? That's all I got for you. I can't give you anything else. The situation is one of incompletion, of being stuck. You're stuck in place unless you can show this stability. Okay? That's all I got for you. All right, now let's go on to the next person. Is Rajes still here? Is Rajes still here? We have Jazzy Bella. I may have taken too long. Maybe Rajes is not still here. Is Rajes still here? Not. We're going to move on to Jazzy Bella. And I think maybe these two people have left because it took me too long to do this reading. That is a long... You guys all got such long handles and so forth. Is Jazzy Bella still here? Is Rajes still here? So he's a software engineer. Okay, well. So has your parents met his parents? Has your parents met? That's all part of the package. Have your Okay, you're welcome. You're very welcome. I don't know if Jazzy Bella is still here. I don't know if Rajes is still here. I'm assuming they're not because they're not saying they're still here. And I look at there's only like what 3 people looking in. So the likelihood that these 2 people are still here is pretty slim. So we're gonna just sit here for a while. I'm gonna sit here for a while just to see if I guess I can do Raj. I can do this reading. They want to know clarity of their career. Well, we'll just do it anyway. We'll just see what happens. I don't know what they're not here, but will their let's just see what that number is. We look at all these numbers together. Oh, that would be something if I could make a living as a card reader. I mean, I haven't got a single dime from doing this. $10. So $5. And this number is a 5. Everybody's got these 5 numbers. 5 and a 6. We'll look at page 56. 5 and a 6. Looking at 11. 11/2. Justice and intuition. So Rajesh, you're using your intuition here, your justice, your intuition. Want to know, will your career take off? That's a good question. Okay, let's clear the air. Mother Mary. Rajesh wants to know if their career will take off. Rajesh is working a business as a card reader. Will this path take off? So, being that you are a life path 5, 5 of being an adventurer. So you're on an adventure. You're wanting to be free. So, we're just gonna go. You're not here. I know you're not here, but let me just go and check your energy again. There's not much on your channel to go off of. Okay. All right. I'm taking a look. So, Mother Mary, will Rajes' career take off? Will Rajes be monetarily successful as a diviner? Will Rajes be monetarily successful as a diviner? Will Rajes make a lot of money as a diviner? Because that's really what Rajes is asking. You may ask, Jazzy Bella, why don't you put your question down, ask your question, and then I will get to your question next, please. Put your question in all caps. All caps. I will get to you next. See, I wrote down your name and write down your question, and I will be right to you. All right. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Rajes. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Rajes now and all throughout Rajes' journey. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Rajes. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Rajes now and all throughout Rajes' journey. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Rajes. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Rajes now and all throughout Rajes' journey here. Okay, 3 card, yes, no. A win, 3 card. Will your career take off? And it looks like it won't take off quite so soon. Will your career take off? And you know, Rajesh, this is a maybe. Maybe. You're going to have to do a bunch of work. Will it take off without you doing a whole lot? At this particular time, at this particular juncture, you are you're approaching your career with irresponsibility. So we got this other 5 and the 5, and so there's a sense that you need to make some changes, but you are not willing to make those changes. So if you want this career to take off, you're going to have to make some major changes. Yes, you do have to trust your inner voice to balance out the light and the darkness. Balancing that light and darkness out in this path. In a 7. And so the sense of you're going to need to think about things. You need to spend more time thinking. Thinking about how to make this work. And you're going to have to do some planning. And I see no sense that you're making any plans, any real concrete plans. So Rajesh, will your career take off? At this particular time, it's not going to take off. is you're not ready. You're in a place where you're at a junction place. You're in a junction place, and you're in a place where you're not making the right changes. You need to change, but you're kind of stuck in this place. So what do you need to do to do this? How do you to make better choices, be less irresponsible? For one thing, you're going to have to be really tight with your money for a long time. In order to make this career work, to make this path work, you may, in the meantime, you may need to have another job, do something else. But we got this sense of this depression, but this depression, there's a fog that is surrounding you, and that fog will lift. When you gain responsibility, when you gain some responsibility, and you learn how to trust yourself, trust your inner voice. So I know that you're not here, Rajes, so you did not hear any of this, but that's what I got for you. And so we're going to move on to Jazzy Bella. So Jazzy Bella, when was the last time you had contact? How long have you been in a no contact? The question is when will S break no contact? Okay. So you've been separated from S. And so the question I'm going to ask here, because I don't know that I can ascertain a when. When will this happen? So I think the question, I need to rewrite this question, is will Jazzy have a physical connection to S? Again, will Jazzy have contact to S? And so we're going to rewrite it again, much simpler. Will S contact Jazzy? All right. Okay. Let's go clear the air. Well, Jazzy, I actually, Jazzy, I deal in present tense energies. We'll see what we can do. Let's start with the first, and then we'll go on to the second thing. Okay, Jazzy? I'm going to start with a question, a yes and a no. I'm going to look at the energy into the now and to see if you will have contact with him again. Because it may be, maybe S doesn't want to contact you. Because that's something you have to consider. You have no contact with S, but that may be completely by choice. Mother Mary, Jazzy has a question. She is separated from the one that she loves. She wants to be reunited with this person she loves. She wants to know, will S reach out and talk to her again? Will S reach out and talk to her again? So, Jazzy Belle, I want you to tell me, you're going to be in control of the shuffle. You're going to be in control of the shuffle here. We'll put you in control of the shuffle. You may ask a question, Nancy. I think you'll have to be my last question. Okay. So, Jazzy, I want you to just think in terms of right now of when do I need to stop shuffling? When you just feel like those are your cards. When you feel like those are your cards, I want you to tell me when to stop shuffling. When do I stop? And we'll let these cards be the answer. Okay, do you want these cards over or do you want these cards under? Over or under? Over or under? Over or under? Over? Okay. Well, S will contact you again. So the answer to your question is yes. S will contact you again. And if we were just to look here, we might say maybe summer. When I'm getting the word summer here. If you were thinking of a wind, I'm just looking at the color of the sky. Yellow. Yellow is the color of summer. 8 and 9, that's 16, 17, 1 plus 7. Maybe 8 and 9. 8 plus 9 is 1 plus 7 is 8. So maybe like August. August? I mean, this is not a guarantee. I'm just spitballing this. I'm just ballparking this. We're looking at, I'm putting these colored cards together. Just the colored, but you're going to need to have some strength to hold on here. Inner strength. Luma, welcome. I'm doing fine. Overall, we're looking at a number of, what was that? 8. Maybe August, September. August, September. $99 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. So overall, this thing is going to come to an end. This no contact will come to an end. And maybe by summer, August, September. Luma, so you know what, Jazzy, I really don't like I said, I don't really think about that, but let's just try something else. We're going to be looking for a timing kind of a way. So this is like a timing thing, okay? I'm going to put these here. See, what do I have that can be boiled down to 12? We're looking at a timing, a when. Well, will it be this year or next year? Okay, all right, we'll just ask that question. Will it be soon? Oh, I'm getting sleepy. All right. Have I shuffled these cards before? All right. All right. Hopefully, I'm not going to be disturbed. Hopefully, nobody's going to come barging in on my door. Okay. Well, we're just going to ask a question. I'm going to ask another question here. We're going to ask. Just looking for a clarification of. Wanting to know if will it be. Will S contact? I'm just going to ask. Will S contact Jazzy by summer? Will S? I'm not reading through a mirror. The mirror's there, and the moon, so that my picture can be on there and at the same time. It's really a matter of. Right, Nancy, I will be with you just a minute. I'm still kind of here in Jazzy's question. I'm just going to ask him for clarification here. These cards are not completely mixed up. Yeah, all right. I'm not gonna do that, Jazzy, because I don't understand that the whole timing thing. I'm just gonna be asking a question here, so we're not really gonna go there as far as the timing. I'm gonna just look in here. So will contact be broke? Will this happen in the summer? We're just gonna ask that. Will Will this happen in the summer? Okay, so we had some cards pop out. So it looks like it probably will happen in the summertime. It probably will happen in the summer. Look, it's got the major arcanas, but then these cards weren't really well shuffled, well mixed up. So I probably shouldn't have used them at all. But so from where I'm, Anu Moon, where I'm sitting, actually, all I see in the mirror is I see my camera. I see my camera is the only thing I see in the mirror. But if I look at the screen, I am seeing both myself and the cards. This is really so that you can see who your reader is, and you can also see see the cards. You see the both things. It's really just it solved a problem. The mirror solved the problem. So and that's why what it is. I'm just gonna try this again here. I'm asking the question. I just want to see. Will this happen in the summertime? Will this happen in the summertime? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want. I want to. It's 2:00 in the morning for me. Well, we're just gonna ask summer, and we're gonna say, will it be like August, September? Will be summer, August, September, around the 8th or 9th month. Okay, I'm going to use these cards here. Actually, the question of that is like, no. It looks like maybe, most likely not. So, will it happen? Let's say, will it happen June, July? Let's try that. Will it happen June, July? Will it happen June, July? Okay. No, it doesn't look like that either. I don't think this is going to give me anything very accurate. So we're going to ask one more. Will it happen October? Will it happen October, November? Will it happen October, November? Maybe. So that's a maybe. It may be late summer, early fall. Late summer, early fall, October, November. But I don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. Okay. Um, we're gonna just go with the fact that it's probably summer, fall, and that most likely there will be some contact. Let's go on to the next person. And I believe that next person was Nancy, right? Are you still here, Nancy? Planning a scheme. Planning a scheme to get me. My enemies, Steve and Brian. Okay. All right, that was Nancy. 5 a.m. in New York. I am on the West Coast. All right. Well, we can go pretty. Let's go faster. And I'm gonna I'm gonna stop for a moment here. I want to show you guys something here. Now, we're gonna get some video feedback if I keep this up, but this here is my my channel page here. Tools of Fortune. And I have on here, if you guys want to ask questions and I'm not here, you can ask a question, leave it down here in the comments. Okay? Ask your question and put it here. Now, I have some instructions here. All right, Nancy, I'll be getting to your question here. So I have some instructions here. I do bibliomancy. I have essentially 2 oracle books. Now you can choose a page number on either of these 2, and you just search your heart and you think what number comes to mind, and then if you want to go with the oracle books, oracles, you can select that number in advance and you put it down here with your question, and I will get to you the next time I go live. Or if there are too many people, too many questions, then I will do a special readings. I have these 3 videos here where I've just done questions. So those are the options I have. So if you want to ask a question of me, I can ask them then in my off time. But make sure you just put the details down in that post section, okay? All right, so let's get on to Nancy's question. A wizard. I wouldn't really think of myself as a wizard, Mr. Hurt Feelings, but if you If you think that, that's what. So Raymond, you have a question? Put it in all caps if you can. Otherwise, Nancy is going to be my last question for the day. It's me, Nina. Welcome. Welcome. All right. Let's have a drink here. Okay, Nancy. All right, Raymond. Before we go here, I will write your question down. Is my ex returning? That sounds that's more specific. A vague question to a more specific one. Okay. But let's go to Nancy then instead. It's me, Nimra. Yeah, I've been on for 3 hours and almost 3 hours. Let's clear the air. Mother Mary, Nancy has a question. She wants to know, Mother Mary, if her enemies, Steve and Brian, are planning something, a scheme to get her. Are they planning something? Are they planning something? Nina, you can leave your question as a post. Why don't you write your question down, it's me, and I will open my next live stream with it. Please put your question down. I think I will have time to get to it. All right, Nancy. I'm going to mix and match the cards together. I'm shaking the table, which is shaking everything else. Yes, Raymond, you may reword your question. So, Nancy, tell me when to stop shuffling. Will Nancy's enemies planning something? Is Nancy's enemies planning something? Tell me when to stop shuffling, Nancy. Or Nancy's enemies planning something. Or Nancy's enemies planning something. Are Nancy's enemies planning something? Okay. So, Nancy. All right. We stopped right there. It looks like they're not planning something for the most part. But you sense in this, you sense some irrationality. You sense that whatever's going on, there needs to be, you need closure in it. Whatever's happening, it's not ending anytime soon of what you are feeling. Your thoughts on this are distorted, but what the cards are saying is you need to have some new ideas here, Nancy. In this Page of Swords over here. But what's governing what you feel, these cards are governing what you are feeling. In a sense of the Moon card in reverse, of a sense that your subconscious mind is, your fears, your anxieties are getting the better of you. There's a possibility that they're planning something, but the likelihood of that is really slim. So I would put this into a category of no with a question mark. No with a question mark. But what we have in energetically here, 18 plus 21. So you're looking at a sense of, the sense that it's not of in uncreative thought. So 2, and then we have a 2 and a 3 and a 5, and the whole energy is a 5, and that there's this need here, Nancy. There's a need here, Nancy, for change. Those change about new ideas. A new way of looking at this situation. A change. So, because 3 plus 2 equals to 5. 5 is change, challenge, and freedom. And if some changes are made, some new ways of looking at this situation come into being, you can be free from this sense that you feel like people are planning things to get you, that they're out to get you. this 3 here in this form here in the reverse is a sense, and these are major arcana things, is that sense that this thing lacks creativity. It's sort of a lack of expression. It is not expressing itself. To put it to you that way, there is a lack of expression. A lack of expression, or the expression is blocked. So, with this card, of incompletion mixed with this sense of these are fear driven. Well, you can ask your question, Anu Moon, because the other person did seem to say they were coming back another day. So essentially, that's all I got for you, Nancy. But let's just take a look at what this bottom card is. This one is all about your inner awareness. So you have this sense of an inner awareness, and that's in that your intuitive voice is governed, because we got a lot of this major arcana energy. This is just some big things you have going on, Nancy, and these are like fixtures in your life. So these fixtures in your life, and in a sense that there's this need to change, and with add this 2 into there, and you need to spend some time thinking and journaling and asking yourself the question. You want to ask yourself the question, why are you asking these questions? That's what I would like to know. Why do you think that, Steve, your enemies are planning something? Why do you think that? Now, do you ever talk to them? I mean, maybe you get a sense, I'm sure that is probably what it is that you talk to these people. I mean, I feel like this with certain people, and I wonder, is that person lying to me? You get that sense. You don't really know. Their body language says maybe they're lying to you. I don't know. You get a feeling like there's something up. I don't understand what's going on. And you're sitting in this place where you completely lack information. You lack news. You lack ideas. You lack information. And oftentimes when we are sitting in these realms of just our interior worlds, and where there is nothing but our interior worlds, our imaginations will oftentimes just run wild. Yeah. And I think this is what I'm getting here, is that your imagination is running wild because you lack information, and you're just going by not what they say, but what their body language says. They're telegraphing things in their body language. It's like one of those things. And probably, Nancy, now this would be hard. But in the spirit of making a change, you're going to have to get to know these people better. That's the bottom line of this. These two people, are they co-workers? I don't know who they are, but you're going to have to get to know them better on a more cordial friendship basis. Feedback from other people, but you're gonna actually have to get feedback from them themselves. Now maybe they're gaslighting you. Maybe they're lying to you. I don't know. If you had lunch with them or coffee or whatever, maybe maybe you don't want to give them the wrong idea. I don't know what I don't know what your contact with these people are. But certainly it wouldn't hurt you getting more information, especially getting it from them. I mean, of course, if you ask them point blank, they're going to lie to you. That's a given. I don't know. I wish you luck. I hope that you find out what. So we have Tori. I have the other guy, Raymond Torres. But you know what? I need to go use the restroom, and I will be back in just another thing. I'm gonna ask. I have to go use the restroom before we go do another Anu Moon. And Anu Moon has a question. Maybe you can think about your question. I will answer your question. But Raymond Torres, please hang on. Please hang on. I'm going to... Let's see. How do we do this? How do we do this? Okay, how do we do this so that... Oh yeah, I know how we do this. We're just going to go look at some of my short videos here. Do I have some other videos that are longer? That'll play. I need to go to the restroom, and I will be right back. I'm telling you, I'll be right back. What can I do here? Yeah, okay, we're just going to put this on. You can watch as I flip through these cards. I'm going to mute the darn thing. And maybe we can move it closer to the screen. Yeah, let's do that. We'll move it closer to the screen. And up a little closer. And I'm going to put down on here, I'm taking a short break. Okay. I will be right back. Okay, please stay here. Stay here, Raymond. Stay here, Anu Moon. Stay here, and I will be right back. I'm just going to go use the restroom. Okay, I have returned. I have returned. And I had to, I take care of my elderly mother. She doesn't understand what I'm doing, and so she's, um, doesn't understand at all. And but let's just take a look at what some of these AI videos. Use this sound to increase your views. The subs will line up to dance with you like these tip-top K-pop bots. Use this sound to increase. Ask that question. Here, this little pond. Anyway, you don't need to see that. All right, let's get back at it here. So we're going to get back at it here. I am back. Moving my books out of the way that I had. All right. I don't know if you're still here, Raymond, or if Anu Moon, if you are here. Oh, all right. Let's see what we got going on. If I think everybody has left, but I'm going to ask your question, Raymond. Now, let me go back. I know Raymond. Okay, will I hear from Fabi? Okay, all right. That's when will I? We're just going to say, will I hear? From Favi. Will I hear from Favi? Okay, this is for Raymond. Peek, welcome. I don't know if Raymond is still here. Probably not. So we will clear the air for Raymond. Mother Mary. Raymond has a question. Raymond wants to know if he will hear from Favi. Will he hear from Favi? Will he hear from Favi? And so we're going to ask a simple 3-card reading. I don't think he's still here. So we have to go by what energy that Raymond had left. I'm sure that I was gone for too long. Let me take a look at his channel. Oh. His playlists, no videos of himself. Sense of music. Raymond likes music. Led Zeppelin. I don't want to copyright myself here. Carlos Santoni. Always into Mortal Kombat. Okay, plays games. Okay, all right, Raymond. Let us see what we can come up with. All right. We will select the cards for him. Raymond is not here to select his own cards, Mother Mary. Let us see what fate has to say. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Raymond. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Raymond now and all throughout Raymond's journey. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Raymond. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Raymond now and all throughout Raymond's journey. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of the womb, Raymond. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for Raymond now and all throughout Raymond's journey here. And we'll cut the deck there, and this is your cards, Raymond. So will you hear from Fabi? And the answer to that question is no, you're not going to hear from Fabi. It looks like, will you hear from her soon? No. Will you hear from her at all? It looks like no. At this particular juncture, you are not going to hear anything from Fabi. You have this Ten of Pentacles in the reverse, and so it is, this is a sense of instability. There is her in a material sense. There's instability here, whether it is from your end or her or Fabi's end. Instability. This no is governed by these energies. Raymond is governed by instability, and it's governed by dissatisfaction. They're not satisfied. Fabi's not satisfied. And there is, in a sense, of looking to fill the void. They're filling the void with anything. It's just sort of a, and then you got this sense of the devil in reverse. The devil in reverse. And there's a bad behavior. Bad behavior. The shadow self is ruling your life, Raymond. So what these are the main energies of why you are separated. Your separation, of why you are separated, is because of it, the situation is not stable, and there's a sense of not being satisfied with what is present. And in a sense that there has been corruption or bad behavior in this relationship, and so that's why you're separated. So in a sense, you probably need to make some changes. So what did we got here? We have 10, 25, 33. So what we have here is a sense of disharmony. Harmony. In a disharmony in an unloving sort of and disharmony and chaos. Chaos. So the reason you're separated is because there's chaos. There's no love here. There's no love here. There's no love here. And the situation is chaotic. So what do you need to do now? What do we have here? What's on the bottom? What is that's the bottom card is again imbalance. The outcome is that of imbalance. It's malaligned. You're not not, and then we're looking at 14 is in a sense of not being able to make a change, of not being able to change. Or we look at this 5 plus 6 is 11. It's in a place of injustice. Injustice. There's no justice here. There's no love here. There's no harmony here. It's chaos. Maybe that's what Fabi feels when it comes to why will you hear from Fabi? No, because there's too much chaos here. And so what do you need to do to hear from Fabi? Well, you're going to have to make some changes here. Somebody asked a question about a twin flame. That was back here a ways, a twin flame question. I don't know. So what would you need to change? Anu Moon, did you have a question? You wanted to ask a question, but then you ran away. I know I had to go and use the restroom, and I came back. But we're going to be asking the question here is what... Maybe we'll use a different oracle for that. A different oracle, huh? Okay, all right. All right. Enchanted path, celestial insights. We'll use this one here. Just going to look at. So the question we're going to ask here is, what does Raymond need to do? What does Raymond need to change? What does Raymond need to change? Raymond's not here. I know that Raymond is not here. But if you come back, Raymond, Ayushi, welcome. So, Raymond, what does Raymond need to change, Mother Mary? What does Raymond need to change? What does Raymond need to change? So that card popped out. What does Raymond need to change? Raymond need to change, Mother Mary? What does Raymond need to change? Okay, we're just going to look at these 3 cards. Raymond, I know you're not here, but receptivity, intention, purpose. Purpose in your life. So since that you are in chaos, you need to add purpose in your life. Find your compass. Figure out where you belong in the world. And try to be focused and live with intentionality. And be receptive to love. It's interesting how these cards, they kind of, when I look at the other cards that were here, that showed of instability, dissatisfaction, and bad behavior. But the changes you need to make is about being open to love. Open to what is there. So for Favi to come back, you have to be open to her. Open to her gifts. What does she bring to you? What does she bring to the table? Maybe she, being open to love. And to live with intention, to be more intentional in your actions. Less chaotic. More love. We all need more love. But ultimately of purpose. In living with purpose. Well, that's what I got for you. I'm going to do one other card draw. I don't know. The other people, they're gone. And thank you, Aushi, very much. So my reading was very helpful for you. I'm going to get my Mother Mary thing. I think I'm just going to... someone else... Maybe someone asked the question someplace else. Even though there is posts and places to ask questions. So, all right. I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting really sleepy. It's almost 3. So, Aushi, if you're there, I want you to stop the shuffle here. I want you to help me select the card here. You help me select the card, Aushi, for all of us. For a message for all of us. So if you're there, Aushi, you be the one to stop the shuffle. Stop the shuffle for us. Choose the card. Choose the card, the message from Mother Mary. I await your command. I await your command, Aushi. If you are there still, but maybe you're not still there. All right. I'll give you just another moment. The 6th power. The body never lies. The body holds information for us. It has its wants, its desires. We should be nice to our bodies. So often in our lives, we are not nice to our bodies. We mistreat them. We fill them full of poisons, intoxicants, sugars, and processed foods that are difficult for our body to process. And then there's the microplastics and the plastics and so forth, and the pollution. We're not very kind to our bodies. Pollution is hard to do something about. Sometimes we have to, because of environmental things, we have to wear those face coverings to try to filter out larger particles out of the air so we can be nice to our bodies. All right. We're going to count backwards from 10, and we will stop on that card. That is the card, the message from Mother Mary. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There's our cards. 2 cards popped out. Our Lady of Manifest Miracles and Our Lady of Sweet Rest. So Mother Mary is telling us that we need to rest, but we also need to be aware that miracles are real. So vast is the scale of divine intelligence. I'm going to clip this. So vast is the scale of divine intelligence unfolding in perfect wisdom throughout the universe that our mind cannot grasp it. Miraculous grace is unfathomable to anything other than the trusting heart that needs no explanation. Offer up your fears, doubts, and reasons why something cannot heal. Then your soul can receive the blessing of the Sacred Heart that holds resolution for all matters within its kind genius. And this is the picture here in the Our Lady of Sweet Rest. Although you may judge yourself for not having done enough, Mother Mary knows the struggle you have been enduring. Even the earth requires rest in order to replenish and continue her great work. Suspend your activity and any self-judgment and let go in rest. Miracles take root, ready to blossom at the best moment. Trust yourself and divine timing and be good to yourself. And these are dovetailing into each other. Miracles and rest. Be at peace. Be at peace. Mother Mary loves us so much. She is fused in universal consciousness and can be everywhere at the same time. Everywhere at the same time. To be receptive to miracles, even they're just smallest things. The same songbird showing up to your front door every day at that time that you walk out, serenading your path for just a few feet, a miracle. the minor miracles, but also to take rest in the divine, to take rest in that divine silence. And that eventually, hopefully, that in your rest, that your rest can translate into real change into the real world, which is hard. Because when we are in a state of meditation, it is easy to be at peace. It is easy to dispel the chaos inside of us. But as soon as we step out of that state, the disharmony returns, the chaos returns, and our heart slams shut. Or we go back into old patterns of behavior, triggered by people being triggered into emotional responses, triggered into responding in ways that we regret. Take rest in divinity and look for those miracles, the tiny miracles as they come. All right. Blessings and peace to you. That's all I got. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to get ready to go to bed. CKK Blessed. Welcome. Welcome. I'm going to put my cards away. And I am falling asleep here. You know what? I'm going to move down here. I'm going to just, for a moment or two, take a look at the Zohar. This is a short prayer that Moses composed to heal his sister Miriam. The Kabbalists explain that with this prayer we meditate to heal not only us, but the collective lack of the world. As you repeat this prayer, meditate on healing yourself, those you know who need healing, and the whole world as a whole. And these are the sounds. El, Na, Refa, Na, La. 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 For peace. For thirst, where your thirst is quenched. Luma, did you ask the question about the twin flame? Was that your question? I was looking for it, but okay. You want to know if you're going to meet your twin flame? Okay. I have a deck for that. Let me just get it. Oh, my icons are falling down. I have a twin flame. My twin flame married some other guy. She wants to know. Do you asking for twin flame? Are you asking for soulmate? Because those are different things. Does you want to know about your twin flame? Okay. All right. Let's go find that deck of cards. I think it's over there. I need to get better organized. Not over here. It's over here. I believe it's over there. That one. It is the. Here it is. Okay. Bradley Bear. All right. Did I freeze? Is that what happened here? No. Top of the morning. All right. I'm gonna have to. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I know I'm getting really sleepy. All right. I'm gonna think about how to do this. Okay. You're asking a yes or no question. Yeah, I froze up for a moment. Okay. All right, we're going to use this deck here for try to ascertain if you have a. I don't know if this. I don't. This has. Okay, we're just gonna. It's gonna be a two-parter question. Oh, the cards are running away from me. Okay, all right. All right. Let me mix and match the cards together. Well, I got 18 likes. If you haven't liked and subscribed to the video, please do so. Okay. The power cord is plugged in. It's good. Alright. I've been on for almost 4 hours. Alright, Luma. So, Mother Mary, Luma wants to know if she has a twin flame. Does Luma have a twin flame? Okay, Luma, tell me when to stop shuffling. You can tell me when to stop shuffling. Do you want these cards over, Luma, or do you want these under? Over or under? Over or under? Over or under? Over, under, over, under, okay? Maybe. It's not definitive. For the most part, do you have a twin flame that is out there that you are going to be with or meet? No. For the most part, no. That person, that energy of that twin flame is that energy of it is influencing you, but you're probably not ever going to meet this person. So what these cards show now, I mean, this is according to how things are right this moment, is that this here is that, in the sense that you need to be your own transformative force in your life. This influences that are coming in will help you to step into your power. But this love is governed by a scarcity of, I don't, So if I were to run this as like a yes, no, which I did fill it out with a yes, no, I would say maybe. Do you have a twin flame? Maybe. But of course, according to theory, everybody does have a twin flame. And you want to know, are you going to meet your twin flame? And that's where the maybe comes in. Maybe you will meet your. And what do you want to know about your twin flame? What is your twin flame like? And so I'm going to take a couple cards at random here. Actually, it wants me to take this one too, and this one. So what about your twin flame? What do we have about your twin flame would be about rejection. Your twin flame would reject you because it's about lust, not love. Being in a situation where you want that lustful, hot energy from a twin flame, but ultimately it would lead to rejection. It would be just too much of that energy, and in the end, that's what in the end it would all be about rejection. And so you would have this sense of, you meet your twin flame, you have this hot, passionate affair. After a while, there would just be too much of that energy, and then a rejection of that energy. That influence of that will chase you throughout your life. But you will feel a scarcity of that love, always seeking after it. But in the end, Luma, in the end, you have to be your own savior here. You're looking for somebody to save you from the outside. You're being invited to initiate your own transformation before it is thrust upon you. So you are in a place where your whole world order could be destroyed, and you'll have to rebuild into something new. And so you're asking about this twin flame there. You're being invited to do this yourself without having come to a place where you meet this person. You have this deep connection, this deep love, but it's all about lust. There's no real love there. And then feeling as though you're filled up and you can't handle it anymore. Maybe that's what he feels. Maybe that's what you feel, but you get too much of one another. In the end, you end up alone. In one sense or another, when I met my twin flame, and I had a hot, passionate love affair for a few months, I actually broke up a relationship. When I met that person, she was with another man. I broke that relationship up for a short time. They ended up getting married. But it took me 10 years to get over that person. And I had that sense of I had to rebuild myself. So that's oftentimes what happens in these twin flame relationships. You may think you want this, but maybe you don't. And the fact is, that relationship, that rejection that I experienced, because I did feel love, I also felt lust. that connection that I felt was so strong that when it was severed, it was worse. The severing of that tie was worse than when my father died. It was harder and when my father died suddenly in a car accident about, 15 years ago? That rejection in that twin flame relationship was worse. It was the worst pain that I've ever felt in my life. You were in this place where had so much of each other, and you thought it would never end, but it was really just this. So that's exactly the same for you. Okay? So you met your twin flame. You've had this thing, and it is in this place of rejection because that what you have is in this place right now. You are in a scarcity. You want that. You want it. You want that connection, but it ain't there. But that influence is always there. It's influencing you. It's like this outside force, and it's there. It's pushing on you. And so where you're at here is this. This is it. This is where you're at. And actually, you are kind of here. You're kind of here. Your whole world has been destroyed. But with this card coming up in this position, it's saying that you can just let this happen. You can just let yourself be completely destroyed. And you can wander around aimlessly for however long, maybe forever. Or Luma, you can reorder your life. Stop looking for this twin flame. This twin flame is not going to happen for you. If they come back, they come back, but don't count on it. You learn something. You learn something in this thing, and you need to figure out what it is that you learned. And that, in learning that thing, is where you will be able to get past it. You are being invited to initiate your own transformation before that transformation is thrust upon you. And when that is thrust upon you, this is where you're going to be at. You're going to be at not in a place where you're forced. You're forced to make these changes. And here you will be flying free of your moorings. What did I learn from my twin? It's a good question. I learned that I had to become complete with myself. I had to be my own completion. That's what I learned from that situation. I learned that after being completely destroyed by it and being influenced by the scarcity of that love, but that scarcity was a complete absence. I have no contact with that person, though I do occasionally look into her life on Facebook. We never became friends afterwards. We all went to college together, actually. I knew her husband too. I used to. Her husband was an acquaintance of mine. Actually, we were drinking buddies for a time. Um, I remember her husband. I hadn't seen, but I met her parents. I met her parents, and but yeah, that's what I learned was how to be complete in yourself, how to love yourself. And so this situation for me was in 1995. 1995. I actually never. I had other opportunities with other women, but I did not take them. When I touched her, it was as if my hand. It was the oneness. I actually met another woman a couple years ago, and but she was way too young. I think that was somebody who probably was like a mate in a former incarnation, but that person came, and I was like, I wouldn't be here as a reader now if I hadn't met that other person. And that experience I had when I was talking with this woman, and we were together, and I was just talking to her, and then um, the next thing I know, and this is all stuff I saw. I saw this in my mind's eye. I'm talking to this woman, and the next thing I know, it's like she pops out of her body. I pop out of my body, and we're still talking. We're still talking face to face. The conversation is going on, and while this conversation is going on, she pops out of her body. I pop out of my body, and we're standing there, and she stands, and we merge together. We merge together like this, and it was like her spirit fit into my spirit, and were one spirit for a brief moment in time, and that was this last time, and man, I pined after her for a couple of years too, but until one day, actually it wasn't quite a couple of years, one day as I was pining after her, this voice was very angry and says, it was more of this voice, you have to let go, you cannot pine over this person. Your whatever whatever you experienced, it was beautiful, but you can't pine over this person anymore. But that was it was also kind of those type of experiences. They're oftentimes they're lust, they're not love. And I think with my twin flame, she is in a relationship with a man that she loves, and he loves her. Maybe they had lust, I'm sure, because they had children together. But they've been married what, since like 97. They've been married like what, 97? That's '07, 97, '07. Let's see, '07, 17. So they've been married like 30 years. They've been married like 30 years. Maybe the other one was my twin flame. Yeah, she might have been. Maybe you have more than one twin. I don't know. But I think the other person I met was was a course correction, because you have these encounters, and that was like a course correction. And and there's an exchange of information, and the information that was exchanged in that encounter, and I don't know, it may have all been in my imagination, but I don't know, but I wrote it down, is that this person that I had met a few years ago, what this is, that may have been somebody that I met at astronomy camp when I was 12. But she had an accident, she passed away. And then she came back. When she came back, it was because she was impossibly too young, because the relationship was impossibly too young for that relationship to be something that happened in this lifetime. I mean, she was over the age of, she was, I think she was 21 when I met her, and I am almost 60, and so at that time I was, how when was that? 21. So I think she would be like 26 now. She'd be like, yeah, that's right. She'd probably be like 26 right now. And that's kind of this was weird, because it was like, that was the information that I got. Your twin family. My understanding, Luma, about twin flames and so forth is that this is how they all end. Rarely do people. But your twin family, what do you mean by that? So what you would do for that is, you want to know if you can approach your twin family. I think, Luma, that's the realm of imagination. Writing and journaling. Do you have any practices of quiet time practices? Do you so you produced a little music video on twin flame love. I see. They don't let you see him. Okay. Is there is there an age difference between your twin flame and you? I mean, with both of these women that I'd met, there was an age difference. Let's see, what do we got here? An age difference. I need to wrap this up, because I do got to go to bed. It's approaching. It's like almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Twin flame family. I don't understand the question. So if you know these people, why don't you just Oh, you want to know if you can... Twin family. Okay. Well, let me see if I can... Let me see what we can do here. Twin family. Can... her twin flame family? That's your question? Is that right? Do I got it right? So what does it say about your twin flame family? There's some incompletion here. And a bunch of holding on. There's some spirit of criticism. One more card. This one here. So what I'm seeing here, I guess I'm not going to do the... What I'm seeing here, I guess, is that you're just getting crumbs. You're getting crumbs, and you are in this sense of being incomplete. You got this big giant hole in your heart, but all you get is crumbs. See, the crumbs are laying there. And you're holding on to those crumbs. You get this other spirit of criticization. So maybe there's a sense of that this is why you don't see them. This is the spirit of where you are at. You are at here. They probably see they are probably in a place where they're too hypercritical of you, so they won't Does that make any sense? But it just sounds like to me is that it sounds like to me that you're probably not, you're just kind of in here, and this is where it's going to be. I think you just got to let go. You just got to let go of this stuff. And I know you don't want to, but you got to let go. Because that holding on and maybe in that holding on and that pining away is that you're just going to be always just feeling like you got this big giant hole in your heart. So whatever this, I don't know if this spirit means anything, but I just sense that the quicker you let go of this stuff, the better off you're going to be. You may not meet another man. That's fine. That may be your lot in life, because you may have such a tight hold onto this experience that you cannot move on. But I think that what this thing is trying to teach you is that you need to let go of this stuff. And you need to let go of this stuff, and you need to find who you are. You need to find yourself. Find yourself. Find yourself into this sense of you being you. And carry a new life into this world. You go find yourself. Find who you are right now. That rubber band is broken. Okay, give me a number between 1 and 22. Give me a number between 1 and 22, please. And then we're going to finish this thing up. Okay? I need a number. You tell me a number between 1 and 22. I'm going to put these cards away because a number between 1 and 22. 18. Okay, 18. 18 it is. 18. And let's take a look at 1 and 8. A new beginning. So, in this sense... Oh, I put the wrong cards in the wrong box. I don't have a box. Well, I do have a box for that. So, Luma, you need to, in this sense of the number 18, this number tells me that you need to manifest a new beginning for yourself. A new beginning. You need to manifest a new beginning. You need to bring a new beginning into existence. You bring a new you. You need to recreate yourself. 18, this suggests to me, is a recreation of self. Your identity, your personality will remain a constant through this recreation process because you were created. There was those elements of yourself that were created. All your memories and everything that you have will stay intact. But, you know, and your personality, quirks, all that stuff. But in this sense, I'm tasking you with recreating yourself. Recreating yourself, okay? And we have this sense of the El Na Refa Na La. The lack that you have in yourself to be filled up. And we'll take a look at number 18. 18. The letter Sadi connects between the spheres of strength and beauty. And so we're looking at the element of air, of your lofty ideas, of your intellectualism, of your, you think of sword energy, of air energy, of that immaterialness of self, your beauty and your strength. The letter Sadi consists on wisdom, humility, and modesty, and will lead you to the realization of divine goodness in everyday life. It promotes integrity, idealism, morality, restraint, and walking the way of justice. It directs you to high values, kindness, personal ethics, and spiritual ascension. Sadi encourages you to help others and to act for humanitarian causes. So you recreate yourself into a person who helps others, serves other people, encourages you to settle for less and consider the needs of others and the common good before your own interests. Love self, God, self, and neighbor. Learn to love your neighbor. Learn to serve your neighbor. And in turn, you love yourself. It will teach you compassion, common sense, and leadership skills. Sati will help you to reconcile from situations of grief, and loss. So you put yourself out. And while you're out there helping, that numbness you feel inside, that loss will lessen and achieve balance and justice in the trial. Bring joy and good livelihood to ones who do charity. Good times for new beginnings and fulfillment of aspirations in the month of Aquarius. So, yes, new beginnings. This is what this number you chose is. You are air. Okay, that's what I have for you. Let's see if we can take a look at what the number 18 looks like in one of my Hebrew letters. You can look at that Hebrew letter, and this is your letter. This is what you chose for yourself. Be strong. And spend time helping others. And what did it say? You were between beauty and strength. So in the tree of life, you are in between these two spears. Strength and beauty. Sati is right here. That is your path. Okay? All right, I gotta go. I really do have to go. I've really enjoyed this time that we've had together, Luma. I was very unexpected. I was not expecting to think about those two women that I had run across and so forth. So I want to thank everybody who pushed the like button, all 21 of you. Special thanks to you, Luma, Gemma, to Brad, to CKK Blessed 808, to Ayushi, to Pigsta, to Nancy, to Raymond, to It's Me Nimra, to Jazzy Bella, to Anu Moon, and then that's as far back as it goes. And then there was more, and I've been on for 4.5 hours, and so I need to call her. One of the persons is a whole nother country. I'll never see her again. The other one lives like 400 miles away. You would think it'd be very odd to go and she's married too. I'm not going to tell your attention. Maybe. We have all kinds of mutual friends on Facebook because, we went to the same college together. It wouldn't surprise me if she doesn't look in on my life too. The other one from a few years ago, I have Her name was Claire. And Pearl, Gems, I'm just about ready. And thank you, Pearl. And so that girl's name was, she gave me a song to look up. Joseph Mary Plunkett, a song called Grace. It was about endings and leavings. And then she gave me this, and I saved this. This is from 2021. Her name was Claire. And anyways, that's me saving things. Okay, CK Blessed. The second one. I would, except that, like I say, I know what country she lives in. That's all. Now, one of my nieces works in a company that goes over to that country. I don't know if I could call her because I have no way to call. From Oahu. Oh, I love Hawaii. Hawaii. I spent my 50th birthday in Hawaii and that was like almost 10 years ago. Time of my life in Hawaii. Anyway, thank you very much, Luna. I would like to, it'd be nice, but for the other one, but things are the way things are. Let's see. I got some Hawaii pictures here, I think. If I go back into the way back machine, go clear back down to here. Back in when I was young. 2028. This is now that first one. These are friends of mine, but this is me when I was like 26. My apartment. Oh, it's got a piece of my art on the wall too. Let's see if I can find one of my Hawaii pictures. This is my dad. This is when I was a teenager here. You're 27? Yeah. This is when I was like 26. I worked as a wildland firefighter. I think that was my favorite job of all times, was doing this for a living. I don't know if I'm or not. And that's I worked at a casino for a long time. And there's my mother, and there's my little dog. My mom's now almost 90. Actually, CK Blessed, I can't do it. Give me your question, and I will. I got to go to bed because I've been on for 4.5 hours. But I will. CK lowercase. Ask your question, Blessed, and I will get back to you the very next time, okay? Please ask your question now, and I will be back with you the very next time. I want to see if I have any Hawaii question or no, I don't. If I have any Hawaii, I don't think I have any Hawaii pictures in here. No, I don't. I do have some Hawaii pictures though. So see, okay, all right. So here's what I will do. Okay, so will my for the better. You're 27, okay. Okay. Been with him for 12 years. Do you want to get married or something? Is that, and you're looking at 4, 9. Let me just go check about your life path there. Like I say, what I'm gonna do, blessed, is the very next time I go live, you will be the very first question. You'll be the very first question, and if you're not available, which you probably won't be, I will tag you in that, and 4 plus 9 plus 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9, 41. So life path, 5. Life path 5. All right. So this is what I do. Let me just get your handle down one more time. I'm going to just look at it, make sure I got all the letters right. So these are lowercase. Okay. So what I will do is I will flag you under your handle right into that live stream, probably after it posts. Okay. You'll be the very first question on the next time I go live. Okay. Now I gotta go. I want to thank everybody for their support. Thank everybody for your support, and blessings and peace to you. And we'll see all you all the next time. And thank you very much for the conversation, Luma. Thank you, everybody, for spending these last 4.5 hours with me. Alrighty? Good night, and bye-bye.